Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, yeah, not much to say. It's been a quiet week. I hope you guys are. Sorry. I hope you are doing well. I hope your week started to your liking, that you are energized for the rest of it. I hope you are. That things are lining up. Yeah, like I said, quiet start to the week. Everything went well yesterday, uh, and that's kind of it. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Today is Tuesday. That is a read and corrects. For those who are new to this, um, why it's when I read chapters from my books and correct them as I go. I record these while I in the process, so I will ignore the chat while this is happening. Anything said will be addressed when I am done. Since things are quiet, I will start by confirming the microphone is on. Okay. Turning off desktop audio, I will confirm that I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 52 of The Technician's Fight. How are you feeling? Leo asked, calmly watching him from the other side of her desk. That should be Jeremy, to establish who this chapter is about, or who our point of view character is in this chapter. The laugh that escaped him was strangled by the almost sob at the utter ridicule of the question. How was he feeling? After what they'd done to him? Jeremy would never have imagined that a species so comfortable with their sexuality could be capable of engaging in versions of it that felt so utterly wrong. The knowledge it was done, so he'd know what he might be subjected to by his captors, didn't help. This wasn't academic knowledge, a lecture in all the ways a male's body could be used and abused. It was intimate knowledge of items inserted into him with being inserted to him of being forced to feel things that should have been pleasurable but turned into torture, of being forced to do things, the memory of the toilet waiting for him while being watched by all those people, not projections. His trainer had made sure Jeremy touched each of them, that they spoke to him. He'd held it for as long as he could, but the celebratory meal that had come before had been revealed for the setup it was. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he couldn't convince himself he was alone while they murmured comments on what he did. It couldn't be easy for them. Well, with the Kelsian's need for privacy during this time, but it was torture for him. How many quit after this? He asked, tears falling. Many, but it means they live. He nodded. Does it get better? Are you asking if what they'll do as part of your training will get easier? His nod was tentative. No, he'd been afraid of that. How much could he endure? Was it worth it? What would he be on the other side? A hunter, she replied, and he was shocked she'd spoken without him voicing the thought. You need this reassurance more than the respect of the process, Jeremy. Maybe this is another species difference, but I think this serves you more than waiting until you work up the courage to voice the question. On the other side of this training, you will be a hunter of the line. That would be capitalized. One, as equipped as we can arrange to face whatever our enemies, plural, they have more than one, will do to you. You will change, but that is something the gods dictate would happen regardless of what we did or didn't do. But you will still be you. We could envision that being true. That him who survived what was being done couldn't emerge on the other side as him. Do you want to stop? She asked. He had to think about it. He had to consider how all the reading he'd done in preparation had been useless. How? There's a comma here. How, no matter what he did to make the next training session easier to endure, his trainer would go at it in such a way that the pain, physical or emotional, would be worse than he could imagine. Did he really want to go through that? Was he insane? Wasn't the price of walking away so much easier to endure than the one for remaining? After all, others would suffer if he wasn't there to make sure a reactor was safe to use. Others would suffer if he wasn't there to stand between them and those who would hurt them. It wasn't his job to suffer for them. It wasn't like there was some God hanging over him, looking at him in disappointment. No, the only person he'd have to explain himself to was himself. You should, actually, you know what? This is a different paragraph. Whoops, come back here. Let's do that. There we go. He shook his head. I can't stop. No one is forcing you to continue, Jeremy. That's not it. He realized it was ridiculous. There was some logical fallacy he was stepping into, but he didn't care. I'm almost to the other side. I want to be there for those who will need me. I want to be the best hunter I can, so that when the time comes, I'll be able to say that maybe I fell, but it wasn't because I gave up. Very well. In that case, how are you feeling, Jeremy? Again, the laugh was strangled by the sob, but this time he pushed through and talked. He talked and cried and raged and cried again. When he left her office and Growl took him in his arms, Jeremy barely had enough strength left to stand. Jeremy soaked in the comfort of his friends as they pressed against him in the bed. All of them, next and atop him, should be suffocating, but he needed their touch, the knowledge they wanted to touch him, despite how soiled he felt. He wasn't ready for sex. He'd warned Growl that after what had been done to him, he didn't know if he'd ever be able to let someone touch him like that. And his heart had nodded and reassured he would be there for him no matter what. Somewhere among his fears and worries, among the smells of his friends and the sound of them sleeping, he fell asleep and did not have nightmares. You can't be serious. Jeremy had told his beta as he looked over the young Caesarians exercising. It's part of learning to be a hunter. Bullshit! You didn't do that until you were set to become an alpha, a beta. Third chuckled. You say it like it was my decision. Our certain alpha decided I needed to be punished for all the times I took part in rescuing you. If you're always going to come to my rescue, you might as well do so with a pack of your own as backup. I think that was the reasoning. And then, once you become a hunter, putting you in my pack was this way of ensuring you'd know who to blame if something happened to you. Jeremy snorted. If that's why you think our alpha put his heart in your pack, you don't know him all that well. He motioned to the cubs. What did I do to deserve this as my punishment? It's not that, his beta replied. You have things to share. I'm not that good of a fighter. It's more than that. His friend seemed at a loss as to how to explain himself. I just feel that you can help them. Help yourself in the process. He was quiet. You said the other day that you don't always know why you're putting yourself through the training. They're why. They are Kelser's future, our people. They are the ones who will pick up where we fell and keep our people safe. When they reach the forest, they'll be able to tell Turek Samian it took them so long to arrive because we had been there to make sure their lives were as long as possible. If you get me crying, they're never going to take me seriously as their trainer. They're cubs. You'll be lucky if you can get them to listen to you at all. They're making it sound like torture. Maybe this is also part of your interrogation training. If one of our enemies uses kids as part of their torture, don't be surprised when I come back from there with the kids in tow and not one of the adults left alive. Thirst smiled. That's the spirit. Now come, it's time to confront the chaos. Jimmy fell into the bed. I never want to see a cub again, he mumbled into the fabric. The training went well then, Grell asked, not looking up from his tablet. Jimmy glared at the love of his life. You set this up, I just know it. Grell's lips quirked just enough for the pointed bottom of his incisors to be visible. The Alpha doesn't get involved in the training of his hunters. That's what he has bait us for. Jeremy quickly crawled on top of his heart, forcing him to move the tablet away. That was a schmirk, he snarled. You planned this with Thur. He sat on his ass over Growl's groin before he realized what he was doing. He was grinding it. Jer? His heart smiled cautiously. Jeremy smiled mischievously. Yes? You're having an effect. He could definitely feel the erection under his ass. You don't say. He found the only problem he had with it was that his pants were in the way. Growl tilted an ear. Are you sure? Jeremy smirked and rubbed his ass up and down. Do I need to have the bridge contact you and tell you my ass needs your cock in it? Or are you going to actually do something about it? He was on his back, remnant of his shirt and pants floating down, and a hungry Kalsarian baring his teeth at him. I'm going to make you regret this. Strong words, but you'll never make me talk. Actually, there's no question mark. Talk? Oh, I don't want to hear you talk. I want to hear you scream. He moved Jeremy's leg over his shoulder. I'm going to have you screaming all their names by the time I'm done with you. He pushed in and didn't get a scream, but a moan. Jeremy huddled in the darkened corner, the towering, faceless alien approaching. He didn't know what he was doing there or how he'd ended up in this cell. You're mine, the alien snarled. It grabbed him by the neck and raised him until Jeremy saw his distorted reflection in the silvery mask it wore. You're going to tell me everything I want. The terror ramped up, and he was afraid it was right. He would betray. The terror ramped up, and he was afraid it was right. He would betray. Okay, that's why this is wrong. Whoops, come back here. Space. Oh, right. Too long. Technician Jeremy Bradshaw, he said in a monotone, of the merchant ship the Brave Traveler. That's a lie. It threw him across the room and Jeremy hit the metal wall. He sat with a gasp. He sat with a gasp, searching for his torturer, trying to remember why he'd been where he had, to pull any of the dreams so he could make sense of the fear. Jer, Growl mumbled, putting a hand on his leg. Dream. His breathing slowed. Just a nightmare because of his training. Fuck, did he hate his training. He looked at his heart's hand and moved it to his chest, and he lay back. I'm okay. Just a nightmare. Growl pulled him close. I'll keep you safe, he mumbled, nuzzling his neck. Jeremy held on to the thought, even as he couldn't ignore the reality. He was a hunter. Hunters didn't seek safety. If safety was what he wanted, he could remain a civilian. He curled against his Alpha. He was okay exchanging his safety for that of the people on the ship, for his people. He closed his eyes, ready to confront his enemy in his dream or in reality. Jeremy entered engineering and felt odd. It had been months since he'd been on duty, recuperating from the hunt, then his integration training and healing from that. That wasn't over, but the most intense sessions were behind him. Now, it was about continuing to build his resistance to the pain and the humiliation. It still wasn't pleasant, but getting over them no longer took weeks or required series of sessions with Leia before he could see beyond how he felt. He'd missed days. He would miss days here and there, but he was officially back to being technician Jeremy Bradshaw for most of the time. The engineer stood in the door to his office, and not wanting to annoy him on his first day back, Jeremy headed up the stairs. Engineer, he greeted him once they were in the office, only for him to rub his muzzle against his cheek. Not right now. Right now I'm just Alex, and happy that you're back. He pulled Jeremy to the couch. After I'll be the engineer. There's going to be a comma here. After I'll be the engineer. He pushed Jeremy's jacket off. Then they were on the couch. I still can't get used to your new voice, Bob. Your Calcitoran's voice box gives it this odd accent that's unsettling. Probably because I've known the original one. First, congrats on renewing your contract. The previous message made it sound like it wasn't certain. One of the new hire getting in tight with the captain and not liking you? If I didn't understand right, sorry. Calcitoran's business relationship are outside my understanding. I need to ask, do Earther soldiers go through intense interrogation training? The stuff they put me through was harrowing. If I didn't have the counseling and the close friends I do, I'm not sure I'd have made it. Had nightmares about being tortured for weeks after. Still get the occasional one, but I think I no longer tell them what they want to know anymore. I've never been great with remembering my dreams. We're heading to a station for some rest and relaxation, and because of the kind of ship we are, gathering information, I expect. Unless I'm told otherwise, I'm going to be a civilian for the duration. So none of that is my problem. I won't give you details, but my love life is going well. My sex life even better, although I've been exposed to a side of that through my training that makes me glad every male I've been with is tame. Do yourself a favor, do not look into dark Calcarian sex ballads, which I know, now that I've told you about, they're out there, you're going to have a hard time resisting. Just remember, I warned you. Any idea when you're going to be by your array and what it'll cost me to get a copy of those movies? Me and Graal have pretty much exhausted those we both enjoy from the database of them we have. You have no idea how hard it is to get him to stop analyzing them at times. I get he's curious about Earther culture and movies are the only access he has, but they are movies, not research documents. Actually, does your array collect any of those? You would definitely like them. Anyway, let me know and tell me how the birth went and birth. Okay, I forgot to address that in the next message. And how that's going to work with you being part of their family right now, because that's an aspect that baffles me. Jeremy filed the message to be sent, then got ready for his shift. And this concludes chapter 52 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story, as well as the previous book, and any other book, should you be reading this in the past. No, in the future, or whatever. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And links are in the notes. And with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Prosperous Owl, welcome to the stream. Is your man editing and reading anything in his book live? Yes, I am. Reading out loud, I discovered at this point a while back that is a better editing process for me than simply mentally reading, because what I discovered is that when I don't use my voice, my mind will see what I know should be there instead of what's what I actually wrote, which makes me read right past a lot of mistake. I will still do it somewhat when reading out loud, but a lot less. Having to voice what's on the page and hearing it allows a different process that makes me notice those errors more. Um, it's not 100%, but it's way better. And how are you doing, Professor? Preposterous Owl. You know what? How are you doing, Owl? What are you up to today? Ah, da, 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 da. That is definitely not urgent. Alrighty. So I need to do that. I have realized this. Well, that things get screwed up. Alrighty, this says 16, so we're looking at 18. Let's see how long it takes for you to reveal you are a scammer. Alright, done. Found this. Alrighty. Alrighty, so I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on. Do Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 53 of The Technician's Fight. Graal listened to the silence. Too many months now. Too many of them without a spreading branch broadcast. He was growing concerned there might be nothing left to rescue by the time he found out where they'd been taken. He contacted his investigation beta. Patrick's, anything on spreading branch? Nothing directly, Alpha. People are talking about the silence. Few believe they're just relocating anymore. The number of them worried who aren't Earthers is surprising. At least half of those involved are from Federation species. Earthers who've claimed citizenship? For some, likely, but most Earthers keep their citizenship, claiming asylum with the Federation itself instead of one of its species. Any indication whoever took them is involved in those discussions? No indications, but it would make sense they're paying attention. It's easy to leave a program connected to record everything, then run that through filters for what matters. It's what we're doing. Any idea who is behind the conversations? Most are on low bandwidth, slow exchange public boards, making the person who set them up someone in the masses. 3 are hosted by media, 1 Federation, 1 Ridoshi, and 1 Tahonian. What do we have on the Tahonian media? As honest as Tahonians gets, well, that's not capitalized. A clear species bias, but they aren't the only one with that. I know how you feel about them, but I don't think they are doing this for nefarious reasons. We have 4 private hosting, mask, but it's instant comm, no identifier required, and able to host millions of communication at the same time. We won't be able to find out who is behind them, but they have money, which means personal interest. The broadcasts need to have backers, if only to manage instant the way they did. And there will be wealthy people who object to its existence. No one agrees with everything, Alpha. Keep at it. Let me know the instant something happens. I will, Alpha. He contacted the comm board. Did we receive any distress signal? No, Alpha. He knew that. Even without the current situation with the broadcast station, procedures were to contact him when those were received. Thank you. He hated this uncertainty. People were in danger. He knew it. But he couldn't do anything. He could do nothing to help. Every cent was someone else's to sniff. He checked the time. Jer was still working, and Gargaran should leave him be. There were already enough interruptions with his ongoing training. Jer, he sent to his message center. If I'm not there when you get home, I'm either exercising or with a friend. Contact me if you need me. He contacted the beta to take over bridge duties, then headed to the gym. Exercise first, then see who was off shift to spend time with. The bed shifted, and Gregran became aware of tossing. He turned and pulled his heart against him. It's okay, he mumbled, half-consciously nuzzling the back of his neck. You're safe. It's just a nightmare. Jer settled, and Gregran returned to sleep. Try this, Jer said, offering something that smelled of meat and something sweet. After coffee, Gregran grumbled, raising the cup to his lip and sipping the hot, pleasantly bitter beverage. You got up early. Sorry if I woke you. Nervous about today's session. Another pain-resistant training. I don't need the one. Figured I'd keep busy cooking. The meat at the end of the fork looked ripped off the animal instead of properly cut and covered in a red sauce. Sweet and sour chicken, Jer said, or the best I can manage. Garian meat tastes pretty much like what I printed from the recipe, minus the usual off-printness, the print offness. I swear, living on this ship is going to make it impossible for me to survive off printed food if I'm ever forced to. Couldn't you cut the meat? Traditionally, it's chunks, according to the history that came with the recipe. I had no idea how much history some of them had. It's like the database contains every recipe Earth ever came up with and needs me to be ready to read it before it'll give me the print instructions. And you work this from those? He planted a claw into the meat and studied it. It was bite-sized too. So there was that. He licked the sauce and raised an eyebrow. I made it less sweet than the recipe calls for, knowing what you like. The sourness wasn't bad either. He popped it in, and then it was like eating any other piece of larger meat. What's this reluctance with eating large chunk of meats? You're only asking about this now? Jer shrugged. Figured I could find the answer in the historical files, but all I came across were old ballads about even older times where clans were eating while traveling. That's basically why. Preparing our food is when we became civilized, when we were able to maintain the herds instead of always chasing after them. We were able to remain in place, to take the time to prepare our meats instead of eating on the move off the bone. When I have to do that, it's because things aren't going well. A hunt that's out of control, emergencies. Taking the time to fully prepare food means everything's going well, Jer said, pensive. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. What do you think? It's good. It reminds me of droshta, with the sourness and the sweetness just right. Smaller chunks, cubed instead of just cut off the bone. Gregran chuckled. If you want to make it so Kelsarians won't hesitate, that would help. If it's going to be traditional Earther meal, I'm sure we can manage. If I can manage the batter, we'll see. It's supposed to be coated in batter and fried in fat. Try to imagine fried meat. The eateries and restaurants had fried sweets, small puffs of something crispy sprinkled with spices and sweetness. They couldn't figure out what it would do to meat. It'll be interesting to try it. Hopefully. Jer said with a bowl of them coated in the sauce. You're going to be there when I'm done? Gregran smiled. Of course. I'll carry you to medical if you need it again. I hope there won't be any broken bones this time. Those are the worst. You'll improve. You'll be able to think through more of it, to tell your captor what you want them to tell, tell your captors what you want to tell them instead of what they want to know. I know, doesn't make the training any easier to endure. I remember. He speared a chunk of sauce-covered meat, but it is worthwhile. Are you sure? Gregran asked the calm hunter as he looked over the debris. This is where the message originated from, Alpha. Scans, what do you have? Bodies, Shimbarian. Damage is consistent with plasma. 3 Shimbarian merchants are registered to operate within our space, Alpha, Com said. All 3 are marked as active. Any marking to identify the ship? No, Alpha. The tag is also not responding. Well, not impossible to destroy. Those were built to withstand a lot of damage. Space was too vast to let a ship drift unnoticed. Batrix, he contacted his investigator. Get your pack together. I need you to look over the wreckage. We have a silent tag. Are you going to leave me to sleep there again? Didn't you enjoy our time in my bed? We both did. I did, but wreckage means no oxy. I'm going back to making that a Y. Shuttles only have a few days worth. All right, we'll stay here. Just don't spend your time admiring the stars. The male snorted. I stopped doing that after my 2nd day stuck in space. Admiration is wasted on them. They never invite me to their bed. Is that your subtle way of asking to be invited to my bed again? Are you the only one on the bridge, Alpha? I'll have a schedule worked out before your pack is back. He terminating the contact. If we're setting up a schedule, the pilot asked, can I ask to have the entire pack in my bed? At the same time? Scan asked. She grinned. I have heard some very impressive things about the investigation pack. She glanced at Gagaron. I can't speak for the pack, but the beta is certainly memorable. Are you certain? The Shimbarian seated on the other side of the projection asked. The ship's tag was taken. You need to contact your species merchants operating within our territory to confirm which ship is still active. The pirates made sure we couldn't identify it. Who did this? We don't know. The only bodies left are Shimbarian, and every piece of the wreckage belongs to that ship. They were very careful. The representative considered them. I have the right to demand blood. When we find them, you will be given right of revenge. That isn't enough. 18 of my people died at the hand of yours. You aren't allowed to enter our territory to seek revenge. You know the laws, and there were no certainty the Alans were behind this. Pirates didn't respect species territories. I will contact the authority. They will hear my voice. The screen turned black, and Gregory returned to his desk. The authority was the Shimbarian equivalent of the leadership and the politicians made into one. They would contact this species not long after, so he'd be contacted. At someone at some point. At some point. And unreasonable demands would be made of him, which he'd have to turn down, and which would make them dislike him all the more. Wondered if things were easier in the old days, when an alpha could be on the line and not be reached until he returned with his hunters. Only the quiet of the wilderness, the heat of the hunt, and the comfort of his pack. And eating on the run, only trees between you and the others when pissing, water that can poison you, sleeping in the snow or under the rain. There were no good old days outside the balance, and he knew too well how those twisted what had been into something barely like their reality. The hunt was the hunt, and the gods never promised it would be easy, just satisfying. He returned to writing his report. Now that he could add that the Shimbarians had been informed, he'd done his part. It was on them to find out which tag had been stolen if they didn't want to be held accountable for the crimes committed with it. Gargaran dunked Jer under the water and held him there, looking around innocently. His heart wanted an underwater contest. He could have one. Gargaran had well over 5 minutes before he had to worry about. He stared down, barely making out the hand stroking him well through the small waves, but definitely feeling it. He looked around urgently at this time. The reservoir wasn't marked as a leisure zone. What Jer was doing, if they were caught, would. He closed his eyes as the orgasm hit. Jer surfaced. Like that? That, he panted, was risky. No one saw. You couldn't know. If someone was at swum this way, they could have seen. I'd have bribed them with a hand job of their own. It could have been a female. Okay, in that case, we'd have been in trouble. Gargan shook his head in annoyance and amusement. I can guess who put you up to this. Hey, don't go blaming Zen. You were the one holding me underwater at the right height for me to admire. If I'd been able to move my head without you knowing, I'd have given you more than a hand job. He pulled his heart to him, feeling his erection and reacting to it. He growled before rubbing his muzzle against his cheek. You are asking to be punished for this. Jer grinned. You going to do that here? Garen buried his laughter in Jer's shoulder. Absolutely not. I'm taking you to the nearest leisure room. I don't want to have to explain to my beta why he has to put his alpha in a cell for indecency. Do the cells fall under the investigation pack? Gagaran narrowed his eyes. No. And if you want Beta Batrix again, you don't need machinations. You invite him, or you ask him to invite you to his apartment. So you're okay with me inviting someone in our bed? Of course, Jer. When have I? How about Zen? He stared. Jer, that's not the same, and you know it. You two are becoming friends. Friendly. We're becoming friendly. I'm nowhere near shortening names with him. Sex doesn't need shortening of names. Did he put you up to this? No, I just want to share him with you. I appreciate the sentiment, Jer, but I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be ready for him. Sorry, I didn't mean to push. You can push, but respect it when I say enough. Jerry nodded and rested his head against his shoulder. Gagarin caught the hand before it reached his cock. And that's definitely enough of that. He pulled Jer with him as he exited the water. We're going to Leisure Alley and getting this out of your system, says the male, who's ready minutes after he's done. Gagarin grinned at him. So you can expect us to be there for a while. And that concludes chapter 57 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story as well as the others in the series, that is on Ream Story. And if you want to listen to this live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. I need to do something. Damn it. Where did I do this? Where did I save this? Why do I keep doing that? I'm so glad I remembered that little detail. How do I make forms again? Okay, that's interesting. I would have preferred that to be colored, but how do I? You know what? Forget that. This does not need to be perfect, and I do not have the time. There we go. All right. Ah, 18th makes that 21st. Oh, right, that's missed. All right, this is going to be nice and long. Alrighty, I am confirming microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. Confirming I am on the correct screen. I have correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the Sanders chapter of Acceptance Letter. You're going to want to get a drink because this one's going to be a long one. Information appeared on his visor as Patrick looked at the building on the other side of the street. Its height, 36 feet. Its width, 518 feet. Its depth, 127 feet. The composition of the facade, brick, the windows boarded up with cheap plywood. The font was green and looked as if he was reading an ancient monochrome screen, all dots instead of sharp-edged letter. He'd never gotten Richard to explain his affectation for the old font, which was odd, considering how up-to-date he was on technology. He stepped back into the alley's shadow as a car turned onto the street. The visor darkened momentarily as the headlight blinded him, and he had to hope what reflected off his visor would be dismissed as glasses, and the long gray hair as that of a vagrant. His armor was mostly matte, so more difficult to notice. The building used to be a brewery back in the good old days. Richard said through the earpiece, went bankrupt in the 80s, and has been on the auction board ever since. Some merchant tried to make it into a coffee shop, went under, and it was back on the board. An artisan tried to making it a clothing store, failed. It has been a tech upgrade. It has been a tech upgrade a few times. Gamer talk? I'm gonna tech upgrade shop a few times. Back to the boards. Turned into an F class. It turned F class pretty quick after that and was reclassified as villain base, which brings us to our current quest chain. Patrick sighed as softly as he could. Another affectation he'd had to get used to was Richard's insistence on turning everything he did at night into a video game adventure. What's wrong? The voice in his ear asked. I'm not seeing anything suspicious on the street cameras. He kept forgetting how sensitive the microphone in his cowl was. Just wish you'd stop it with the game speak. This isn't a game. They're just words. Don't let them get to you. Words have power, Rich. Respect that. Will do. The tone wasn't exactly dismissive, which was the best Patrick would get out of his friend and associate. A path appeared from his position to across the street and went to the side, vanishing in the alley there. He waited for a car to drive by, then hurried to cross. Once in the alley, the path stretched up the building. He stifled a sigh. Can't you find me a fire escape? Sure thing, as soon as they install one. He flexed his hand, and the visor indicated the small claws at the tip extended. They were too small to inflict damage, no matter how often Richard insisted he could make them a combat claws. All he'd accept was something to help him climb. Edged weapon killed too easily. Patrick had to loosen a lot of God's laws when he'd taken on cleaning his neighborhood streets, but thou shalt not kill was one he wasn't willing to be soft about. He wouldn't kill, not on purpose, and he'd certainly do everything he could. Okay. He wouldn't kill on purpose, and he'd certainly do everything he could not to do it accidentally. Rich didn't share that ideal. They were enemy mobs, and those were put in games to die. Ghost mission active. The Sorrento secret. Step 6 flashed in the upper left, and Patrick groaned. How often do I have to tell you to stop it with the ghost thing? The claw sunk into the brickwork, and he slowly went up. It's what the media calls you, because all anyone ever seen of you is hints. The gray and black of your armor, along with that horrible gray wig, does give you a phantom-like feel in the right light, or lack of it. As he approached the roof, wireframe of items appeared. Objects now registering on the short-range radar thing Richard had incorporated in the armor. Into the armor. A square box, that might be the rooftop heat pump, venting pipes. Larger one, that would be an access. That doesn't mean you have to use it as part of our mission, your mission names. Then he grumbled, why can't all buildings have fire escape stairs? That's what every Night Stalker in movies uses. Oh, I like that one. The Night Stalker. Let me set up the press release to send it to. Damn it, it's taken. Some guy out of New York City's been using it for 2 years. You think San Francisco's far enough? You can use it too? Oh, it would make for an epic mission. Fight for the name. I don't want a name. Tough luck. The media names every public parahuman, that you want them to or not. I'm not public. To disagree with you on that, Ghost. He stifled a groan. How about you tell me what I'm looking at instead of focusing on my media campaign, which I don't want? He pulled himself so he could do a visual check of the roof. Mission recap. Richard intoned the story so far. Ghost investigated a series of seemingly unrelated theft, and one revealed the clue. One of the mob had a scrap of paper with an address on it. Ghost investigated it and found a recent abandoned villain laboratory. Enough remained behind for another clue. The Sorrentos were involved. Nights of asking around brought him the latest clue, possibly the last one on this mission chain, where the Sorrentos had established their base, and that they had something powerful, dangerous, that only Ghost can stop. Patrick rolled his eyes. He could hear the highlighted words and even envision them in white instead of the usual green from all the times Richard added text to his visor. Will Ghost stop them from taking over the Barrows? This is home, the way they established themselves in the bricks. He closed his eyes at the reminder. He did his best not to think of it as a failure. His mother had taken him and his sister out of that neighborhood when she'd gotten the promotion. The Barrows were a much better place to live, but it had left the folks of the bricks, his neighbors, without protection. This mission is expected to contain a dozen mob classed under Ghost power level. This means that so long as Ghost doesn't allow them to gang up on him, they'll be easy, letting him deal with the boss, Snake. Unfortunately, as Ghost has never encountered him before, he has no information on his capabilities. Nice blurb. He pulled himself onto the roof, paying attention to the object large enough to hide someone. Now, tell me what you found out. That's not how games work. You get that, Rich? This isn't a game. Now spill. Way to ruin the immersion. Okay. Snake, freelance thug. Low enough, there's hardly anything online about him. 2 stint at Alcatraz, which implies no power, or low enough not to even matter. This, even if his record description includes slitted eyes and scaly skin. That explains the moniker. As hard as Patrick tried not to notice when he had to stop gang members in the process of crimes the media had, and with the name, this group had to be expecting trouble. The elevator maintenance building had a door which meant stairs, but the skylight was highlighted as his point of entry. So no snake-like powers, no venom spit or constrictions. Nothing recorded, but it's the rare parahuman who doesn't have something of the animal they look like. I'd at least expect him to be stronger than your average bear. Bears are pretty strong to start with. Don't you think that would have been on his record? The sigh was loud. Figure of speech, Patrick. Those would be easier to work out if you weren't constantly using gamer speak. Wait. There might be someone behind the staircase. I'm confident I saw a shadow move in the little one camera shows me of that area. He edged his way there, careful to keep the gravel underfoot from making sounds. The person on the other side wasn't, and Patrick may heard Footsteps. At the corner, he picked up the fruity, smoky smell of an Eastham. The shadow became visible, and instead of turning around, it approached. He waited. The man stepped around the corner, and Patrick moved, grabbed the arm, pulled him off balance, and smashed an elbow in the face. He caught the man as he dropped and quietly lowered him to the gravel. He took the hypo-injector from the pouch at his belt and injected the tranquilizer. That would keep the man unconscious for at least 6 hours. He still tied him, since he couldn't know when the police would bother checking in once Richard called them. Don't touch the door. The sensor is getting electrical that matches a lock, so probably an alarm. That was the reason for the skylight. Richard had picked that well before Patrick was close enough to the door to know his friend just liked to give him in dramatic entrances. He looked over the edge, and the floors were open to the ground. There was enough light. There was enough light inside for him to make out a table on the ground floor and chairs and a boxy device next to them. He could see part of a second and third floor balcony, but nothing of interest there. He centered the device in his sight so Richard could get a good image to enhance. Any idea what that is? It looked like an antique computer, like those in pictures from back in the 40s, tall cabinets with tapes. What he made out of the exposed electronics were too recent for those to be antique. Quest gold found! The ghost has located the Sorrento secret. What could it be? I was hoping you'd tell me. No idea. I can't get electronic signatures from that far, which is why you should bring Pam along. She could tell you something about... No, I am not dragging my sister into this. He tested the casing. I wasn't thinking dragging, more like cajoling. She'd know what that is from the other side of the street. Things like walls don't impede her the way they do my scanners, and her range is better than anything I'd ever come up with. And she doesn't know how to fight. She doesn't have my endurance, toughness, or strength. It took little of that to lift the skylight casing. But she has you beat in the looks department. Are you saying that if my sister was helping, you'd have her show her face and body? He carefully lifted it off. He needed to He carefully moved it off. He needed to maintain the element of surprise if he was going to be taking on a dozen gang members. It would be a crime against nature to hide a body like hers, Patrick. But no, I wouldn't want her to show her face. After Jacksonville, public hero persona make it too easy for the cops to find you and arrest you for the, so horrible crime of keeping the streets safe. I'll have you know that, as her twin brother, my body is also hot. Not claiming otherwise, but I like ogling her, not you. He nearly dropped the skylight. Did you just admit to spying on my sister? It's not spying when she's in a public space and I'm not the only one staring. Trust me, every straight guy can't take their eyes off of her. When she manages to drag you out, I can tell who's gay by the drool. I swear, you two, in the right clothing, would become a drowning hazard for San Francisco. He gently placed the skylight on the ground, its size more than weight causing him trouble. Looking over again, he was more careful about casting a shadow in the moonlight. He didn't know if Snake had good visions, but he wasn't taking a chance. People were moving about now, but no one out of the ordinary. Only gang members in the Sorrento's green and yellow. Richard cursed. They have something disrupting the sonar. Some white-nosed generator this piece of crap can't punch through. You're going to have to do this without your surround sense. I'll be fine. 36 feet, more than he liked, but they had tested how far he could drop. So long as he landed properly, he managed 45 feet, and he had to land properly. Unlike most parahuman with the physical enhancement he had, his didn't come with sped-up healing. He climbed over the edge and fell. He went limp on landing, rolled toward one of the gang members, and used his momentum to slam his elbow in the man's face. One down. Alerted, the other 6 came at him. A spin kick and the tip of his steel-bowed tooth steel-toed boot connected with a shoulder, 2 down. This one with a possible broken collarbone. He lowered and he finished the spin, and the expected gunshot sounded. He lowered as he finished the spin, and the expected gunshot sounded. Gangs and guns were one and the same in his experience, and not protection gun that stunned. They went for bullets that hurt and killed. He stayed low as he ran, then staggered as the armor took a bullet. A bat came at his face, his boot connected with the woman's face as he did a backflip to get to it. Okay, actually I need to... Then staggered to the ground. From the armor taking a bullet. Not taking. A bat came at his face, his boot connected with the woman. You know what? I don't need... A bat came at him. His boot connected with the woman's face as he did a backflip to get to his feet. An extra unneeded space here. 3 down, 3 visible to go. His mother had taught him to be respectful of women from an early age, but he'd had to teach himself to make exceptions for the gang members. He jumped well over the line of fire, higher than a normal person could, and it threw their aim off. The kick in the stomach as he flew at them sent one into the wall. The gun? Oh, he batted. He batted the gun out of the other's hand. A punch in the face, and down he went. 2 shots, and the back staggered him down to a knee. He grabbed the downed man by the belt and threw him at the shooter as he stood and turned. He followed with a punch and downed that man too. 6 down. More to go. The gunshot had alerted the rest. He grabbed a gun and found himself searching his visor for the next attack for where the next attack would come. Nothing. Right. No surround sound this time. No surround sense this time. A woman in green and yellow ran into the room. What's going on? Then she was on her back from the gun in the face. The men who followed her only wore pants. Patrick admired the chiseled chest, and it was enough of a distraction that the man was halfway to him by the time he readied himself. Richard was going to have comments. The man parried his punch, dodged, then returned the punch, and Patrick was too distracted by the muscle flexing to block it. Do you need me to put an ugly woman in front of you? Richard asked. So you'll actually kick his ass? There was enough snark to shatter concrete. His friends didn't like it when fights weren't as one-sided as they should be against what he considered low-level mobs. The man's face warned Patrick of his intent, and he was less distracted was less distracting than the rest of him. He dodged, kicked at the knee, punched the man in the face, and threw himself to the side as 2 guns became visible in the doorway. Shots rang until the guns clicked empty. The armor took a few bullets, and he felt a spike of pain as he put weight on his left leg. He ignored it as he ran. His leg supported his weight, so the injury wasn't serious. He grabbed her arm as she finished inserting the magazine. There would be... slamming his knee into her stomach. He grabbed her arm as she finished inserting the magazine and pulled, slamming his knee into her stomach. She dropped, wheezing. He jumped over the other one, who turned to stay with him, but before he brought the gun up, he was the one in the air, over Patrick, and slammed into the concrete floor hard enough he didn't try to get up. He crouched, listening for the next attacker. He counted 9 down. He heard no one else. Richard had said 12 plus Snake. Are you sure about your numbers? He whispered. This isn't an exact science, Richard replied, or a science at all. I counted 12 from the camera feed in the area, but the coverage sucks. One could have snuck past without even trying. Can Snake have snuck out without you seeing him? He stayed low as he approached the device. He was surprised none of the gunshot had hit it. Big guy like him? No way. Just how big was the man? It was the first time Richard mentioned size. If the man was a bruiser on top of armored and strong, this wouldn't be fun. What is it? Richard, he whispered, doing a circuit around the cabinet of electronics. No idea, Richard replied. That's what's going to take the neighborhood for us. A deep voice sounded from a doorway. Patrick stepped around the cabinet. Snake stood there. There was no mistaking who he was. His skin shimmered in the light from the delicate-looking scales. Surprisingly, the man was older than he'd expected. The Sorrentos were all in their low 20s. This man wasn't. Oh, don't you dare let this daddy get to you, Richard warned, and the term was enough to make Patrick cringe. The man might look like one, but he wasn't letting that get to him, no matter how hot he was. How hot he looked. What was it about older men without shirts that made them so fucking hot? Win? He asked, deepening his voice as he did any time he had to speak as part of dealing with criminals. He wanted to project the image of someone older so no one would think to look for an 18-year-old under the mask. Richard had suggested a voice distorter, but having something pressed against his throat felt too much like a hand around it. And those could fail. Of course, that's going to turn everyone around here for us. They're going to kick the other gangs out without us having to do anything. He glanced at the cabinet. Mind control? Snake shrugged. No idea. Didn't make it a thing. I'm just making sure no one touches it. That means you, by the way. So, no poison gas, no radioactive dust, just a bunch of electronics some gadget here put together? Yeah, it's all electronics. Patrick smiled. Thanks. A spin kick and the cabinet exploded from his foot's impact. Snake stared. Reaching the older man before he got over the surprise, Patrick punched him in the face. Hard. Snake's head snapped to the side. He slowly turned to look him in the eyes. The slits narrowed, and faster than he expected, Patrick was picked up and thrown across the room. The impact against the concrete wall cost him his breath. Shit! Richard cursed. If the telemetry isn't lying, you hit that way harder than you should. Not lying, he groaned, getting to his feet. Tough, too. His records are wrong. He shook himself and headed for Snake. He dodged and parried, was blocked and avoided. He got a sense of the man's training, and it didn't look good. He punched with all his strength when he got an opening, and all Snake did was grunt. Patrick dodged the strikes. He had speed over the older man, at least, and with a sense of what his opponent was capable of, he got in a few punches in the next opening. But the one he received in return staggered him almost off his feet. Richard cursed again. You need to end this now. That punch redlined the telemetry. Any more, and you are looking at way worse than bruises in the morning. He didn't need to be told. Keeping what he felt from his mom was going to be hard. He straightened. I'm sorry. Why? Snake smirked. For not being much of a challenge? No, because I hate not winning fair. He stepped forward, tensing his arm, and Snake raised his in preparation. It didn't prepare him for the kick between the legs. The man's eyes crossed, and Richard groaned along with him. Patrick took the man's head and shoved it against his knee hard. Snake fell back, and he cursed, biting back the pain as he put his foot down. I think you broke the knee joint armor. How about you stop pointing out the obvious? His knee moved the way it should, but complained about it. Covering up the limp was going to be tough. Put Scale Daddy to sleep and get out of there. I don't have to call 911. Someone heard the gunshots, plural, and already did it. I doubt anyone will show up for a few hours, but let's not risk it. There are no white vigilantes since Jacksonville. And Patrick wasn't white. Would never be mistaken for black, but He and his sister had enough of their Mongolian heritage to be noticeably not Caucasian. He tested the skin, the hypo isn't getting through those scales, and I'm not taking the time to look for soft tissue. He was not touching the men there. He found cement tape, confirmed the rating was high enough, and turned snake onto his stomach. You think I need to carry cement tape for guys like him? He broke the seal and wrapped the man's arm in three layers of it. It was darkening, but as he finished, fact-acting stuff. That's industrial stuff. You can't find it in small enough rolls to be worthwhile. You open one and you have 15 minutes at most before the whole thing's solid. Do you have that kind of money? Or is this your subtle way of saying you'll look the other way if I... No stealing. Remember the deal. That's how you ended up in the position I rescued you from. I do, and I haven't. I'm just saying that. No stealing. Can't you just make some? That's chemistry. My things is mechanical and electronics. He exited through the door at the back. He wasn't in a state to climb up or down. He heard sirens in the distance, but couldn't tell if they were approaching. Anyone around? Richard snorted, so Patrick took the long way to where he'd hidden his stuff to avoid the crowd that had massed. It was far enough. He should be safe. Tell me no one can see me. This part worried him more than the fighting. If one person caught him changing and linked the dark-clad protector to Patrick Sander, his mom and sister would be in danger. Clear. They're all waiting for whatever comes next at the building. He hurried out of the armor and his clothing, then packed it in the backpack. It still surprised him that something this tough could fold and compress so easily. The long gray hair went in with it, revealing his short dark brown. He carefully peeled off the fake beard and stored that as well. With the pack over his shoulder, he was nothing more than a teenager out much too late, heading home. He opened an eye at the scream. The familiar smell of the pillow and sheets kept him from panicking. He was home. The scream came again. His sister. The tone, excitement. He glanced at the time floating above his bedside table. Nearly noon. Thank God for Saturdays. He considered closing his eyes again. His mom would be investigating why he wasn't out of bed yet. That she hadn't already, even on a Saturday, was something of a minor miracle. Pushing his luck wouldn't result in anything good. He was careful, moving and putting his jeans on. Then the earpiece went in. Okay. I need to make alteration. He was careful moving. Because he hurt his knee. He wrapped his knee in... All right. He was careful moving. He wrapped his knee in a tension bandage and set it as tight as he could stand before putting jeans on. Then the earpiece went in. What's the news? Ghost. Someone claims to have seen a form slinking away in the darkness. So the media is holding you responsible for taking down a cell of the Sorrentos. Enough's left of their machine, they're adding you... Wait, what? They're adding you... Oh, okay. Enough is left of their machine. They're adding that you kept them from unleashing something horrible on the city. Snake has been arrested. Forensics aren't finished, but from what I hacked into, they're theorizing that it would have created an energy wave that would have affected people's brain. So it was mind controlled. He stretched, forcing the protesting muscles to work through the pain. He, uh, he, he checked the bandages he'd early put on. Uh, Actually, okay, you know what? Let's go back because he would bandage himself before before changing. Um, mhm. Yeah, that's gonna be enough. So it was mind control. So it was mind control. He stretched, forcing the protesting muscle to work through the pain. He checked the bandages to make sure no blood had seeped through and adjusted the tension on those wrapped around. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes more. I'm going to remove the knee here because it makes more sense. It makes better sense that he put that on before getting dressed, before his jeans. And he hasn't put a shirt on yet. Just the tension on one wrapped around his shoulder. Then he put a shirt. He put on a shirt instead of his usual tank top. He didn't like shirts. But those were preferable to his mother asking about his injuries. He didn't need another argument about getting into fights. Why bother being nice to people when you can have a machine force them to be nice to you? If it had worked, I can't see the Sorrentos affording. If it had worked. I can't see the Sorrentos affording a proven gadgeteer. No one denied the advancements gadgeteers had made to technology since they'd been recognized back in the 1960s, but they didn't all come at the same strength, and some were even weaker than Richard. He nearly collided with a guy, 6'2", dark-skinned, frizzy black hair, jeans, and well-defined muscles as he exited his room. The guy smelled of body wash and shampoo. "Who are you?" Patrick demanded. The guy was hot, so he knew why he was here. He and his sister had the same taste in guys. "I'm Alan." He offered his hand. "From Pam." He shook it and fought the urge to crush the hand. The guy looked stronger than Patrick, but looks were deceiving. He almost called Pamela to confirm, but thought better of it. If their mother was somehow slept in, waking her to the news her daughter had brought a man, well, a guy, home wouldn't make for a good day. He followed Alan to the kitchen where she was excitedly reading a letter. Alan hugged her, pushing her long blonde hair out of the way, and kissed his sister in the crook of the neck. And Patrick looked away. He didn't need to see her with her lovers. Are you looking to get into a fight with Mom? He asked, nodding to Alan. She looked up from the letter and gave him a vapid smile. Mom's not here, remember? She lowered her voice. It's why I could do this. She giggled, and Patrick fought not to roll his eyes. For you. She pushed the other envelope on his side of the table. As she smiled at Alan. Alex was such a fun boy last night. Alan, the man corrected amicably. The upper left of the Addy, the name of the sender, Harker Academy. The address was in Pennsylvania. He ignored the hungry look Alan gave his sister and turned the envelope over, looking for a clue as to what this was about. Harker Academy, Richard said. New college with its first class starting in August. The security on their server is keeping me out, so all I have is what's on their site. Funded by Tracy Harker, retired archaeologist with a lot of money. On the board of a bunch of charities, most working to repatriate finds to their home countries. He was sued by half a dozen of them before that, well, back in the 80s. Patrick half listened to the rest as he read the letter. What could an old archaeologist want with him and his sister? Dear Mr. Sender, the letter started, then gave a rundown of the college's short history. You have been approved for a scholarship. What the fuck? He looked at his sister, who was busy kissing Alan. He could see their tongues. He shuddered. Pam, what is this about? She disengaged, but continued looking into Alan's eyes like a lovesick puppy. Alex, can you be really, really, really nice and get me breakfast from Brooks? She ran a finger down his muscular chest. I'll reward you the way you like it. It's Alan. He smiled and kissed her. And I'll do it just to make you happy. And I'll make you very happy, she giggled. Patrick didn't understand the guys who were attracted to his sister's vapid act, or how they'd do anything when she asked them that way. Sometimes he almost thought that controlling man was her power instead of hearing electronics. Alan left the kitchen, and she continued looking in his direction with a goofy smile on her face. The door closed, and when she looked at Patrick, her expression was sharp, her gaze piercing. We've been approved for the scholarship. I got that part, but aren't we supposed to apply to get a scholarship? He shook the letter. Did you do this? Your way of telling me I'm a dumbass who needs more education? Pat, that idiot act you like to play up doesn't suit you. She fixed him with her gaze. At all. You are among the smarter men in this neighborhood. Which isn't saying that much. This is barely a step above the bricks. She shuddered, and her expression grew distant. The neighborhood where they'd grown up hadn't been pleasant for either of them. The gangs ran it, fighting over which block they controlled and dragging all the kids into their fights. It was how Patrick had realized he was stronger and tougher. It was where he'd grown to dislike the gangs and why Ghost, worked so hard at making sure they didn't get a foothold here. It was also where his sister had come up with the Vapid Act. It was as a way to survive the boys and the gangs who thought they were entitled to her body. They wanted a girl with spunk who'd at least put up a pretense of resisting, not a blonde hairhead too stupid to understand what they wanted. If you'd read the whole thing, you'd know that because it's their first year, they contacted all the schools for recommendations. We were picked out of millions of applicants. We? He asked suspiciously, and she glared. Not what I mean, and you know it. What are the odds we would both be picked? You? No question. There's no question they'd want. The teachers know that hair color is a dye job and isn't an indication of how smart you are or aren't. Why? Thank you. That's the best, not a compliment you've ever given me. He flipped her the finger. Me? If this was to join the football team, I'd buy it. Every year the coach has been on my back to join because I have the body for it. And every year the man was livid at his refusal to join. The teachers know you aren't dumb. I'm not the genius you are. See, that's how you compliment a girl. And maybe they don't want to split twins. You know, emotional damage and all that. Didn't the voice in your ear tell you why already? I have nothing to say, Richard replied, still trying to get into their systems. His friend's paranoia had gone overboard the first time Pamela had asked about the voice in Patrick's ear. The earpiece was small, and someone had to look directly in the ear canal to see it. She'd been doing dishes, her back to him. That Patrick hadn't denied the voice was there hadn't made Richard happy, but they'd grown used to her knowing. Really? She said, there's a computer out there you can't get into? Pam, Richard replied, unlike a certain lady I won't mention, I have to work at getting into computers. You know a lady? Pamela asked. Rich, how about you get her an earpiece so I don't have to be stuck in the middle of this? You have to chaperone, she objected. Who knows the thing he'd do to me without your supervision? You mean like treat you to a nice dinner? Patrick asked. A movie, maybe? Then bring you home and leave you with a chaste kiss? He knew Richard. For all that he said about his sister, if he got to her before him, he'd be a perfect gentleman, or as close as a shut-in borderline paranoid could manage. Oh, you would? She asked, batting her eyes at him as if Richard could see. The sensors were in the suit, with the camera in his visor. All that was back at the back of his closet. Richard sputtered away, and Patrick did his best to ignore their conversation, reading further. Roman bored? He looked at Pamela and realized the conversation had faltered a few seconds before. I thought scholarships were just handed you the money, and you needed to figure out what to do with it. She shrugged. This one's clearly different. Does Mom know about this? The mail came in the afternoon. She went directly to the airport from work. How are we dealing with this? We're going to have to be on the same page when we tell her our decision. I don't think we can even. I don't think we can even think of higher education without this. I don't like it, but it's dialogue, so this is just how Patrick talks. But Pennsylvania's like the other side of the world. Is that such a bad thing? They'd agreed years ago that when they did this, she pointed out the downside. He had to come up with the positive one. It's away from the gangs. And away from Mom, she countered. She had him there. The idea of leaving her behind wasn't appealing. We're 18, Pam. It's time we let her have her own life. When's the last time she went out on a date? That's a reach, she replied, but I'll give it to you. Are we even going to be able to study what we want? Academy makes it sound like a technical college. I want to go into computer science. And when we were talking about your dreams, you said ballistic science. Do they have that? There's a police-oriented curriculum, Richard said, but I don't know how good of an idea it is for you to go into that. Please leave your conspiracy theories on your side of the comm, please. I don't need two pleases. Please leave your conspiracy theories on your side of the comm, he said. The police isn't inherently bad. Spoken like a white kid who's never had to deal with them. I'm not. Pamela shook her head, and she was right. Compared to Richard, they were both Caucasian, in spite of their visible ancestry. I'd say to let the voice have this one, she said. The voice has a name, Richard said. She grinned. I know. Isn't it aggravating I won't use it? So I shouldn't tell you they have a pretty impressive computer curriculum, Richard asked. They do? She squealed. So the door opened and closed. We table this until you're done with Alan? Hey, the man said when he entered the kitchen. What'd I miss? Pam came up with a foolproof way to create world peace, Patrick said, rereading the letter. I am a genius, she said, her tone losing 99% of her intellect. Yes, you are, baby. He kissed her. Patrick was going to throw up. She stood. Why don't we eat breakfast in my room, Alex? It's Alan, and I only bought your breakfast. Her smile lost nothing of the mindless innocence. I'm sure you'll think of something to eat while we're there. She led him out of the kitchen, and the guy gave Patrick a thumbs up before vanishing. He stared. Had he actually proclaimed his victory over banging his sister? If you want, Richard said, all I need is a last name, and I can get you everything about this Alan. I'll get you his last name, but all I want to know is if he has gang affiliations. The first time Patrick had gone big brother on one of the guys his sister had taken to bed, she had lost it on him. By the end of that fight, he'd agreed to stay out of her sex life unless she brought a gang member into their mother's house. They'd left that behind as much as anyone in the poor neighborhoods could, and he wasn't letting them get their foot in the door. She'd agreed to that exception to his non-interference since she too wanted nothing to do with them. She'd be happy to know if he was part of a gang too. He reached the end of the letter without gleaning anything new. A check of the time on the fridge, not quite one. Pamela would be with Alan all afternoon, so he could go out and find himself his own partner. The Barrington bar opened early on the weekends, and the barman was definitely his type. He headed for a shower, a change of clothing, and his own fun afternoon. And that concludes the Sanders acceptance letter chapter. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this, it is on my Patreon and my website. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Sklo Gamer, are you still there? Sorry about that. I'm recording, so you had a birthday some days ago. Happy birthday. You had a question about my Patreon for commissions. I was wondering if you also do other type of commissions beside writing. I'm glad you dropped by because I remember you asking while I was recording a couple of weeks ago, and you'd left by the time I was done. What do you mean if I do other type of commissions beside writing? According to the information on the website, you have a more direct, customized community. I don't know if there's no information asking about the site to see if that's something you think would work for you. So it's that. You left. I don't know why you did. I mean, I figured you were busy. That life happens. You're a writer as well. You need editing work for things like structure-wise. You have trouble switching the story to what pricing would you charge up? Scene switching. Okay. Have you looked at the chat rewards? Because I have a read and comment reward in there. That might be a better place to start. I do those on Thursday afternoon. It's a short story. Roughly how many words? 7,000 words. Okay. Well, okay, I don't think I would get through that in one session. The reason I'm asking is because those are just cost points. And because I'm not an editor, I am a writer. That's where my skill set is. And doing something like that. Okay. my my base rate for my time, because what happens is the commission work stuff like that, I need to replace one of my writing sessions to do like that. So my base rate for something like that is $25 an hour. So a block is about 2 hours. So it would be $100. I charge more for the outright writing because that's always more work, but that's basically where I start. Reasonable price, thank you. How do you sign up for that? Okay. No, that's the wrong page. You are literally the first person to take me up on this, so I don't know that I'm exactly set up. Let's do this like that. Pa, 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 pa. Create an invoice. Okay, so what name do you want? Okay, I'm going to create an invoice via PayPal. Send that. I don't know. I mean, I doubt you want to give me your real name in the chat. So whisper to me your real name. Have you looked at the calendar to see what dates are available, and basically pick one? Okay, so are you okay? So if you are on my website, uh, under Commission Me, there's a checkability link for the calendar, but I've put it in the chat. You'll take October 7. Sorry, 2nd. Okay, so my plan was to do this on stream. Is that something you're okay with? That's okay. Can you be present for that? Because those are always easier for me if I'm able to ask you questions. If I can't ask you question, the situation becomes that it's a back and forth that delays everything. So you can? All right, cool. Uh, okay, that can be removed. That can be removed. That can be removed. Okay, so that's going to be. So just so your letters were upper. No worries. I figured it was a glitch. All right. So I did you. So if you can send me your name and email, either whispered or I don't know if you're on my Discord. Um, I'll be. I need at least the email so I can so the invoice can be emailed to you. Yep, I have received. Okay. And that is preview. That's what I want to see to make sure it's okay. Looks good. All right, it is sent. Okay, where am I with this? Uh, oh. which means I need to put this back. All right, time. When is that scheduled for? Harker, October 12th. Is that 19th? Still waiting? Da, 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 da. Oh. I think I know what might have happened. No, okay. The email is the same as you gave. I thought I'd added a period at the end, so it might just be a question of time for it to be processed. I did a copy paste, so that should. If you haven't received anything by tomorrow morning, let me know, and I'll see what's going on. Well, try to. Hey! Amy, welcome to the stream. You need to sleep. Oh, thank you very much for the raid, Amy. Welcome to the stream. I hope you had a good stream. Sleep well. Oh, you're welcome. Where am I at? Where am I at? Where am I at? I'm at this. Storage. All right. So that is done. I can file this here. I can. Hey. I don't know that I'm gonna have time to come back to you, but I don't want to close you outright. All right. Tyrannus. Okay, I need to set that up. I'll be right back. I know how to do these. There's gonna be an intermission or interlude. Now I just need to file them. Okay, let's start here. Go at about 2,000 words. Where does that put me? Oh, is that why? Because this is literally... Well, no, actually, it's not. There should be cuts. No, you know what? Let's do this differently. Holy. Still part of Great Oaks, so, but... Okay. If I do that, what it... Yeah, that's only 7 words. Alright, I'm gonna start and I'm gonna have to see what happens. The reception counter was unoccupied when Eric entered the motel. He looked around for a moment, wondering where they were. He couldn't remember any time in the 2 weeks he'd been staying here when the desk wasn't manned. Samantha was the one usually there. If not her, it would be Robert or their father, Mark. He decided they'd probably gone to the bathroom and left it at that. He had more pressing matter to deal with. Milton had paid him another week's work for another week's work. And he wanted to stash his money inside the air conditioner unit until his other bundle as soon as possible. At least he didn't have another brick to hide. The back of the cabinet under the sink was full of them. The brick he'd taken off the car the day before barely fit. He went up the stairs and his leg barely bothered him. Didn't bother him. He had a few more days to go on the antibiotics, and he hadn't had to rely on the painkillers except to sleep those first 2 nights. He entered his apartment, locked the door behind him, and had taken a step toward the air conditioning unit when he stopped. Something was off. He looked around the small room. The bed was still perfectly made. The Hampton Electric Monthly was where he'd left it on the table. The plate, glass, and saucepan and utensils were on the dish towel on the counter, and the drawers were all fully... The door into the sink was ajar. Its hinges needed to be replaced or at least oiled, but he hadn't bothered doing either yet. Instead, always making sure the door was closed flush. Had Mark been in the room? No, if he had to come in for some reason, he always checked with him first. So who had opened and not closed the door properly? His instinct warned him this room wasn't safe anymore. He looked for anyone hiding, he even bent down to look under the bed. He bent down to look under the bed, even if there was barely 6 inches between it and the floor. It wasn't like this room had anywhere someone could hide, except he spun in time to see the form lunge out of the closet. Broad shoulders, black armor, and mask with an indistinct muzzle and ear bump. The man was holding a black box that he stabbed at Eric. He dodged and the diagram appeared batteries, capacitor, release mechanism. That thing would give him one hell of a shock if it connected. The numbers appeared, he'd survive it, but staying conscious wasn't certain. They went around in the apartment, Eric mostly dodging. When he punched back, the man didn't bother trying to avoid it, letting the armor take the blow. When Eric passed by the counter, he grabbed the saucepan and used it to block the man's next lunge. There was a joke he'd been told when he was younger, something about army cooks and their favorite weapons. He didn't remember any of the details, but somehow he didn't think it was a saucepan. The bottom was already dented. He dodged the device twice more before finding an opening, and he swung the pan at the man's head. It connected with a muffled ringing, and the man staggered back. Eric grabbed the device out of his hand and stabbed it in the man's chest. There was a clicking sound and the scent of ozone, and the man shook. When the device stopped making sound, the man crumpled to the ground. There were 2 smoking spots on his chest where the device had made contact. Night. Eric took a moment to catch his breath. Black armor, muzzled mask. The same as the people who'd attacked him by the minivan the week before. How had they figured out where he lived? He had to let the police know. He patted his pocket for the officer's card as he turned to the door, and 2 things occurred to him. If he called the police, he'd have to explain why he'd lied about who they were, and there was someone standing in his open doorway. How had he unlocked the door? Eric lunged at him, pressed the device against the man's chest. Nothing happened. Night, a deep voice said, and pain exploded through Eric's body. I'm telling you, he has to be one of them. Eric hurt. He hurt everywhere. And he was leaning forward, which pulled on his arm, adding to the pain. I told him they were behind him, so he should lean back to relieve the pressure, only he couldn't find the strength to move. He is not. The other voice was distorted, like when the dial on the radio wasn't set quite to the right spot. Okay, he thought, so being unable to move might be a good thing. He knew he'd have given himself away in surprise if he'd been able to. Then how come he showed up to disarm the bombs? Not just the van, but the car too. It wasn't a group of people like we initially thought. It was only him. We found all the bricks under the sink. I do not know. The distorted voice sounded dismissive, but could be the distortion. It is possible the enemy has enlisted help of his own. Great. So not only do we have to deal with his creations, but now he's got some of my people working for him too. He is crafty. There was a low curse. I didn't sign up to kill my own. The voice erupted in static, and Eric winced a little. Okay, I don't need the a little. And Eric winced. This is war. You are all that stands between you and annihilation. The enemy will stop at nothing to bring about your end. He will even turn your people against you. All right, then put me in contact with the others. We're going to be much more efficient if we coordinate our efforts. We can probably get rid of all of them in one strike. No, your ignorance of them protects you and them. You have your targets, eliminate them. I've got one of them here, and now that this guy's off the board, we'll be able to terminate the other one. Why is one here? The voice's displeasure was sharp, even through the static. One of my guys caught him by surprise. He was able to knock him out. He did not kill it? He looks like a kid, okay? My guy couldn't bring himself to kill a kid, so he brought him here. Look, you've got to understand that killing kids isn't easy for us. It doesn't matter what he really is. He still looks like a kid. This is dialogue, so keep forgetting you don't keep going for semicolon instead. There was a long silence. If Eric were back in the thick of it, he'd associate this kind of silence to his superior conferring with others after hearing a report. It is why he made them this way, the voice finally said. Yeah, I figured as much. Don't worry about it. I sent a message to an old army buddy of mine. He's going to be here tomorrow, and he'll take care of the kid. Eric couldn't stop the gasp. They were going to kill a kid? They were going to kill a child? He is awake, the voice squawked. Destroy him! There was an explosion of static, and then a silence that sounded final to Eric. More cursing. I didn't sign up for this. The man grasped Eric's hair and pulled his head up. He wore the black armor, but no mask. He was canine, brown and white fur, short muzzle and short rounded ear. Who do you work for? The dog asked. Milton Finley. Who's that? How does he know about us? Eric shrugged and caught sight of the machine covering the wall behind the dog. Designs began forming and the prickling of the back of his mind went insane. He closed his eyes and forced them away. He wouldn't give in to the madness. Not now, not ever. The man shook him. I ask you a question. Diagrams were gone, the prickling quiet again. When he opened his eyes, he kept them fixed on the man's face. My boss at the repair shop. He sent you to remove the bombs? The disbelief ran in the man's voice through the man's voice. Eric thought about saying yes, but then he'd be putting Milton in danger. He shouldn't even have mentioned him at all. No one sent me. No one told me about them. I just saw them and removed them. The dog let go with a curse and paced away. Eric was able to keep from falling forward. His strength was coming back. He was on a chair, his arms behind him. His legs were tied to the chair. Do you have any idea what's going on here? You mean other than you're holding a child prisoner? Planning to have him killed? No, I can't say that I do. That isn't a child, he just looks like one. Eric shrugged and winced as the motion pulled on his bond. I don't know anything about that. The man sighed. Look, you were in the army too. You know how far enemies can go to get to us. I know what war does to people who consider themselves good. It gives them excuses to do things they'd never considered doing at any other time, like killing a child. He isn't! He growled in exasperation and rubbed his face. I don't care what you've been told. You are being used. I haven't been told anything. All I did was keep people safe by removing some bombs. I don't care if you think this is war. Being willing to take out a block just to get at one target, that's wrong. You might have told whoever you were talking to that you don't want to kill any of your people, but considering the amount of exoclay that was in the minivan, you were more than willing to kill anyone around your target. You think I want that? You think I want to cause collateral damage? We tried to take him out, just him, but things happened. Something always happens. Like you. Something Walter said popped into his head. Have you considered that maybe there's a reason things keep stopping you? Maybe you're the one on the wrong side and the Lord of Lightning has been putting me in your way? The man laughed. Tyrion is just a legend. Some furry who controlled the weather. He isn't real. Just something scared people tell themselves so they can sleep at night. It's men like me who keep the world safe, not some make-believe protector. Guys like you. Eric raised an eyebrow. You mean guys looking to kill a child? He paused. Children. That bomb, that was for a child. Eric had a flash of a young lynx looking at him curiously. It's all safe now. Walter had said on hearing that Charlie would be late. The car had been parked on this side on the side of the road from the hardware store, but that was the only side parking was allowed. That thing isn't a kid, the man stated. Eric snorted. If you believe that, you wouldn't have to bring some sicko to get the job done. With a scream of anger, the man stormed away. He stopped after a dozen steps and turned, pointing a gun at Eric. Tell me who you work for. He saw the machine and the prickling became loud. Diagram forms. The madness demanded to be let loose, to be allowed to understand this incomprehensible, beautiful machine. He shifted his focus to the gun and the prickling whined. It didn't want to deal with such a simple thing, not when there was this impossible machine behind it. Eric forced it to bring up the gun's diagram. The hammer cartridge slide. The muzzle appeared, and the diagram divided them into individual parts. It was much more elegant than the guns he'd handled in the war, but the basic system was the same. I don't want to kill you, the dog said. I don't think you're a bad guy. You're just being used and you're too naive to see it. Tell me who you work for and where the others are. Eric didn't say anything. He kept looking at the gun, its diagram. He found it interesting that the prickling wasn't offering any changes to it. Was it because the gun was as advanced as it could be? Or was that part of his ability under control now? Tell me! No. Eric couldn't believe how calm he was. He was going to die. The gun was pointed at him, and from this distance, even if the guy had no training, he couldn't miss. Numbers appeared next to the diagram, recoiled, changed in angle from the gun bucking. They confirmed he'd be hit. At worst, it might not be fatal. But he wasn't an amateur. This man had training. He'd said he had been in the army, and his stance, the way he held the gun, confirmed it. When he shot Eric, he'd hit exactly where he intended to. The finger went from being on the guard to curling around the trigger. Eric couldn't see the man's eyes. He couldn't risk looking away from the gun, its diagram, and seeing the machine. He wouldn't die with madness in his mind. He was going to die sane. The dog growled. Fuck this. I'm not killing an enemy combatant in cold blood. He lowered the gun. Eric closed his eyes before the insane diagram filled his mind. You're going to let the child killer do that too? Shut up! The man was closer. He tugged at Eric's leg and looked down. You try anything and I will shoot you. The man cut the ropes, holding his feet to the chair. Then he went behind him and cut the ones holding his arm. Before Eric could do anything, he felt the gun at the back of his head. Stand up. He did as instructed, closing his eyes. Turn around and start walking. He looked at the floor and raised his gaze until he was sure there were no machines. Actually, there is going to be word. There were no machines in that direction. Just a bare wall and a door. The man pushed him and he began walking. The door opened onto a corridor. The walls were concrete and gray, just like in the room, and had wide doors at regular interval. The man had him stop at the fourth. He unlocked it and pushed Eric inside. Get comfortable. You're going to be here for a very long time. The door closed, leaving him in a room lit by a bare incandescent bulb. He did a quick inspection of the... This is old. I can tell by all the repetition in there. He did a quick inspection. 5 paces across, 6 deep. There was a small cot which looked identical to what he'd slept on while in the battlefield. A toilet, a sink. The wall were still concrete. I don't need to still... The walls were concrete, and when he tapped on it, the sound told him the door was metal. Since he had his tool, he scraped one of the walls, but that happened. But all that did was chip the paint. He didn't think there was any chance he'd managed to make a hole in that. He looked through his bag and found they had taken out the knife, but none of his other tools. He still had his screwdrivers, small and larger ones, then the pliers. Why leave him all that? Didn't they realize what he could do with them? The dog had been in the army. Didn't he know about the builder corps? What a builder could do with only a few tools? Was it possible that after his time, there wasn't a builder corps anymore? He looked around the room. He looked around the room again. Of course, tools weren't much help without material to work with. What did he have? A light bulb, the electrical wire tacked to the concrete ceiling and wall. Not much. He tapped the door again to determine the thickness. It was thick. A muffled voice came from the other side, telling him to quiet down. A woman, he thought. And had the impression she'd yelled, but very little had made it through the door. He sat on the cot, took the tools out, and placed them on it. There had to be something he could do, a way he could escape from this room. He was a builder. There had to be something he could make, except that all he had was a light and plumbing. He couldn't do anything except with that. Except, he thought, that wasn't true. Okay, I don't need the he thought. Except, that wasn't true, was it? The prickling surfaced, and a diagram began to form. Eric stopped it. No, he whispered, not again. He couldn't risk what had happened before. He'd been lucky. Somehow he'd been able to become sane again, but he didn't know how it had happened. He couldn't risk causing that kind of destruction again. He went around the room, upturned the cot, looked for anything he could use while sane to get himself out of this room, out of this predicament. 2 hours later, he was looking at his reflection in the mirror over the sink. They hadn't left him anything to work with. He cursed. Actually, you know what? This is where semicolon's gonna work. Absolutely nothing. He looked at his reflection, and for a moment he thought it smirked at him. I'm not going there, he told it. Not again. His reflection didn't say anything. Even the prickling stayed quiet. How much time did he have? How long until the man arrived to kill him and the child? A child? How could anyone make arrangement to kill a child? That wasn't war. That was an atrocity. He looked at his reflection. If I do this, I won't be saving him. I won't care about him anymore. Could he push himself to the edge? Just far enough to get out of his cell, but remain sane enough to rescue the child? A chuckle escaped his lips, unbidden. And he was forced to stop. And he forced himself to stop. He forced the insane laughter down and glared at his reflection. There's a child to save. Do that, Eric. Save him, and the rest won't matter. I have to do that at least. The prickling increased, and in the mirror, a diagram began forming. But he pushed it. But he pushed it away. He wasn't ready. He wasn't sure he could do this. Stay focused on the goal, like that. He couldn't let himself fall down that hole until he was certain he could do the right thing. Save the child. Save the child. Save the child. Focus on that, Eric. You can do that. You can save the child, get him to safety, and do whatever the madness, and then do whatever the madness want. He closed his eyes. When the chuckle came this time, he didn't stop it. Then it became a full-on laugh. And it was really funny. It was. Just, who do they think I am? He said between bouts of laughter. All right, this is going to be a good place to cut this. 3,000 words. Yep, that works. Ah, right. I need to go first. Why is this in pictures? Where's right here? Oops. That's not where this goes. This is where it goes. Okay, let's go back to Harker and let's fix that. Actually, no, because before I... Actually, no, let's fix this. Wait. Oh, wait, that's Harker. No, it's Harker. Why is this in pictures? Why is this in pictures? This should be... Okay. Stories, Harker. Marker. Let's remove that one. Unpin. Process. Okay. All right. That should relieve. Should, hopefully. No idea why you are on the wrong page. Wait. I think I've screwed up the invoice. No, they'll get back to me already. I'll be right back. Alrighty, sorry about that. But that's dealt with. Okay, where am I? Logs. Enter step 20. Yes, 17. Is that 20th? Actually do that. I did it. Okay, cool. Okay, it's done. So I can take that there. Angel, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You're good working on one of the 6 projects you have on hold. Well, I hope that goes well. 2 days. You need to submit. Oh, yes. Yes, indeed. I knew there was a read and correct, but I don't keep track. It's written, who is with is written on my calendar, but until I look, like, it's why I've got a reminder the day before, so that one, I remember who is with, two, I can contact them to make sure that I get the file. But until then, I really don't think about it. So I tend to forget who the read and correct will be with. This is going to be interesting to write. Because it's going to be a little tough to my difficulty will be keeping in mind this is third omniscient. Well, third wide. It's not omniscient exactly, but it's wide. The narrator does not know everything, but he knows a lot. And the other thing I'm going to have to be careful of is to not let the narrator meander. That's what happened. And keeping my tenses correct is going to be annoying. I always do this when I try this type of of multi-tensed situation. Hey Akla, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? I am doing well, thank you very much. Actually, going on lunch. Just noticed the time. So I will be back in about an hour. I hope to see you then. And greetings, everyone. Welcome back. This afternoon, it is chapter 1 of book 11 in the Monster and Batman series, The Daughter. Hey, James. Welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. And consider yourself hugged back. How are you doing today, James? You're doing okay. I am glad to hear that. Come back here. Lapin, 238 words. The anecdotes of the artistocracy. Congratulations, James. Enjoy your lurk, James. Hey, Solski! Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? So enthusiastic? Of course I'm enthusiastic. I love what I do. You're going amazing. Very cool. What are you up to today? I am doing quite well. Thank you very much. Did my read and correct this morning. This afternoon I am starting on a new book. So things are going quite well. Hey, Angel. How are you doing? You're good. Stopped writing, and now you're relaxing. Relaxing. Cool. I hope the relaxing is pleasant. Welcome back, James. I will be right back. almost there. Lapin, 403 words. The anecdotes of the aristocracy. Congratulations, James. Consider yourself hugged back. Hey, Kolo, welcome to the stream. What are you up to today? Vibing, watching meme. Very cool. I just found out today that of all the LEDs that I installed on my electronic tray, only 3 needed to be replaced for them to work. I gave all of that to someone in Milton because I wasn't going to do anything with them. So I gave him all my defective keyboards and that attempt, and he basically rebuilt, set it up, tested it, and he just messaged me going that, showing me that all the LEDs work. And when I asked how many he had to replace, he just 3. So my work wasn't horrible. And being sad that your friend. Wait, what? Being sad that your friend has friend and doesn't want to bitch play Valheim anymore. People's taste changes. And if you're talking about me, I just got tired of it. It wasn't fun anymore. Your friend from uni. Ah, well, that I can't speak to. I did a bit of trolling yourself in our world. Felt off too. Eh. A way to make your sweaty fleet someone else's problem. Have fun. Right. It's universal tones. You're heading to bed, Angel. You and Kat might do a live interview at her channel tomorrow or Friday. Cool. Well, I hope that goes well. Thank you for dropping by. Sleep well. And with my writing done, I'm gonna bring the stream to an end with a raid. So James, if you are there, now would be the time to give your final report, if you have one. Alrighty. I will be back. Sorry. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow morning. What the hell? 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you when I see you.